And Josephine, the Zap Strap Racing Chevy 1500 racing against, well, the other Zap Strap Racing Chevy pickup. So pair them for first round and only round of qualifying for Junior Street. Next pairing up, it'll be James and Taryn, 2013 Nissan against the 1966 Beaumont. So once again, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. We are now running after the Junior Class. There will be a little bit of track prep, but we will be getting into your class fairly quickly. .10.28 at 68 miles an hour for James with an 0.69 on the tree. 0.50 for Taryn. Goes 10.09 at 75. Bring up Addison on a single pass in the 2005 Magnum. Not a stellar reaction time, but it is at least green. 0.98 on the tree as Addison will run down track to the 8th mile mark and goes 11.88 at 57 miles an hour. Sophia brings it up next in that 90s Mustang to race against Jenna in the 2000 Chevy. Sophia goes 10:08 at 72 miles an hour. Jana goes 10:56 at 66. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. First call to the lanes for your lone qualifying hit of this first race of the day. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Of course, that will put Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman on standby. Bit of wheel spin off the hitch for the driver in the right lane, running down track. And we'll lock in on 11:52 at 65. That'll bring those Abstract Racing duo of Tyler and Josephine back to the line. This, of course, a rerun in qualifying from the first pass. And both drivers will turn on the red light. Tyler by 0.13, Josephine by almost a quarter of a second. Josephine runs it out the back door, goes 10:30 at 70 miles an hour. Tyler goes 10:78 with an 8 at 65. And I believe that wraps up qualifying for Peden Industries Junior Street. We'll now roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. So Junior Dragsters coming around the corner. Hunter for JBS Equipment over here, TCS side. Nate for Global Containers and Green Brothers Racing over on the right side. .039 to a .20 on the line here. 898 at 73 for Hunter T. While Nate will go 893 at 71. That brings up Emily for White Lightning Racing, Titanium Auto Group, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT and Pioneer Truck and Trailer alongside Bentley. Bubba Speed Shop, Peden Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto, Badass Garage, and Heatwave Junior Dragster. Bentley turns on the red light by about a quarter of a tenth, but doesn't matter in qualifying. Bentley goes 8.99 at 70 miles an hour. Emily goes 9.37 at 70. Bring up Jack for Global Containers alongside Ashton for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. All of the drivers from Green Brothers Racing have found their way into the winner's circle as either a finalist or in fact a race winner, sometimes on numerous occasions already this season. It's been a heck of a year to start. And Ashton turns on the red light. 05 red. Jack goes 65 to the good. And Ashton goes 11.88 at 53 miles an hour. Jack for the 14.09 at 44. And that'll bring up Dallas for the TK Hot Rods. Rieger Workplace Safety Solutions, Martin Dragster alongside Adam for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. The 2022 champion already near the stage of beams, waiting for his opponent. And Adam lifting now just shy of the 8th, goes 9.09 at 52. Dallas goes 14.04 at 44. Bring up Grayson alongside Owen for Home Masters Team and Badass Garage. Grayson making his first appearance here at the Strip in 2024. Danny's set to run it down track. Green lights a pair, 042. Grayson goes 8.38 at 75. Oh boy, that's a quick pass. Owen goes 14.24 at 44. Bring up Page to race against Nash. Nash running the Milron Truck and Vito Auto, SN Racing, Rockaconi, Diversified Metalworks, Paint by Rodrigue, and Lordco Racing. Page has been licensing the last few weeks she's been out here. Goes 52 red. Page quite green, over a second on the reaction time as Nash will go to the 8th. 12:92 at 49. Page goes 12:07 at 49. That'll bring up Alex for Global Containers. Then along with Adeline for Performance World, Eldorado, and KLJ Holdings. And that half-scale dragster. .038 to an .034 on the tree. Adeline will go 9:05 at 70, and that'll bring up Alex, who goes 12:19 at 52. Bring up Cadence, Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed Customs, Color Compass, Milron Truck Body, Titanium Auto Group, David Trudy, and Elite Belts. Facing off against the Fountain Tire Lordco Auto Parts Machine of Wesley in the Lordco lane. .041 to a .12 on the green. Running it out to the top end. 9:12 at 72 for Cadence, while Wesley will go 12:43 at 52. Bring up Hunter G for BDO Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocky Coaters, Milron Truck Body, SN Racing, Paint by Rodrigue, and Lordco Racing. This will be the last pass in Junior Thunder. We'll next roll to Pete Industries Junior Lightning. .12 to the good for Hunter G as Hunter runs down track and will put down at the 8th mile mark a 9:40 with a 5 at 70. That rolls us into Junior Lightning, allowed to go 1 second quicker. Quickest pass allowed is a 7:90. First pair up, Isabella, TCS side, for De Silva Auto World, Tenco and Quality Manufactured Homes. And alongside in the Lordco lane, Nick for JBS Equipment. $796 at 81 for Nick. Lordco side. TCS side, Isabella goes 807 at 82. Graham Connor for GKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland, and Lordco Auto Parts. Facing off against Abbey for Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Walco. Oh, 32 to the 113. Connor goes 819, 80 miles an hour. Gets there just 9 thousandths ahead of Abbey, going 812 at 80. Burnout's complete for McKenna for JBS Equipment, and alongside Lincoln for Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, the lanes 1 and 2. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman coming up, lanes 1 and 2. 076 and an 086 on the tree. McKenna gets there first. 805 at 80 miles an hour. Lincoln goes 811 with a 5 at 81. With the call for Sportsman to the lanes, we're going to put Rad Torque Systems Super Pro on standby. That is Rad Torque Systems Super Pro on standby. Brings up the Hobo Racing Bowtie Ventures machine of Let's See in a race against Jackson for JBS Equipment and Grandpa. Lexi already fully staged, waiting now on Jackson to bump in. Jackson on the clock now. Gets in time, wanted to turn on the red light. 036 red for Jackson. Alexa runs it out to the top end, goes 818 at 79 miles an hour. Jackson goes 865 at 74. And for the final pass, Impeded Industries, Junior Lightning. It'll be a run down to gauge mile with an 046 on the tree, 809 at 80 miles an hour at the 8th. That's going to shut things down just momentarily as we will move into some track prep. And when we return, it's with Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So first pair of Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket rolling into the water box, and we'll kick it off with Steve Baskerville bringing up that 2-liter turbo Volkswagen Golf. Baskerville going up against Dylan Scott in the Baja North 1970 Chevelle. For Dylan Scott. Baskerville with a lot of trouble getting off the line. 4 seconds to 60-foot. Might have stalled the car. It was taken off. Dylan Scott goes 10-19 to the 128 to the quarter-mile mark. And Baskerville only just now hitting the 8th mile mark, and will run it down and go 18.99 at 75. That brings up James Dobson in the Dead Man's Racing Ron's Engine Machine Camaro with the 383 small block Chevy motor racing Grant Gordon. The Ford Sagas and Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart. Gordon turns on the red light by 17th now. James Dobson goes 0.30 to the quarter-mile mark. 10:47 at 127 miles an hour. Grant Gordon goes 11.97 at 111. Brings up Dennis Linton in the Shaggy Bel Air to race Walter Johnson in the 72 Chevelle. Windy goes 11.64, 113 miles an hour. Johnson goes 11.13 at 119. Brings up Ron Walsh, making his first appearance in that 1981 Chevy Camaro to race Ross Hornall and the Brody Electric Heather Hornall Real Estate 1978 Fairmont. A lot of wheel spin off the hitch for Ron Walsh. Could not get going. 4/10 on the tree. He'll have to improve on that launch for eliminations. Ross Hornall goes 10.67 at 121. Ron Walsh follows through with a 12.91 at 129. Bring up Mal Patterson's Albion Thailand Malfunction Acadian to race Rob Monroe in the White Knuckle Racing 1931 Ford Model A. Monroe out in front goes 9.06 at 117. Patterson goes 9.99 at 133. Brings up Al Prock in the 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. He'll race Ryan Ledre in the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevrolet. red for Ryan Ledre. Proc a good half second to the good. Quarter mile mark, it'll be a 10:46 at 122. Ryan Ledre goes 11:29 at 117. Brings up Rich Guys for the Transporters Logistics Chevy Nova. Nothing yet on file for the Mustang Lordco side. Nick Douglas going down track, your defending champion for a Sportsman category, alongside Mike Render. Render gets there first with the Fountain Star Chilliwack 410's Lordco Auto Parts. With extra thanks to Bobby Ellis and Chris Armstrong in the S10. Goes 1081 at 121. Nick Douglas goes 1218 at 111. Brings up another pickup. That'll be Sean Langley in that 1969 Ford. Left lane goes 1041 at 129 miles an hour. Sean Langley goes 1150 at 117. Brings up Robert Gillick in the 09 Challenger, facing off against Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Dustin Hunter, one of the faster cars in the category. Dustin Hunter goes 016 red on the tree, runs it out the back door, goes 913 at 146 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the lanes. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4. Put Old Car Center Hot Rod on standby. Ralph Ehlers turns on the red light. John Tabak will run it down track. Only 7th thou red with both drivers with the red light. Tabak goes 1039 at 128 miles an hour. Ralph Ehlers goes 1089 at 125. Bring up Jim Banky from the Titanium Model Group. Buck is mini excavating at Rad Torque Systems playing with Barracuda. He'll race Chris Stone for the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Chrysler Dodge Dart. Wheels up, launch for both. And this is a pair as old as time to the quarter mile. By 13th thou, Stone gets there first, 10:02 at 131 miles an hour. Banky went 10:03 at 132. David Rastad brings up the 1980 Malibu, facing off against another driver not yet on file. Instead, running down track, and the stock eliminated Malibu will get there first. Goes 1183, excuse me, at 109 miles an hour. Right lane goes 1374 at 98. Veronica Hodgson up next. Quite a few accolades under her belt, including the 2017 Track Championship and a King of the Track Award in 2019. Facing off against Ross Walker's Chevy 2. Walker gets there with the 10:03 at 131 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson, 11:84 at 110. Craig Johnson next one up in the Malibu for BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust. Racing the wagon against Lorenz Schwartz for Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop in the Monte Carlo. Schwartz goes 10:09 at 133, turn on the red light by 12 thou. Johnson goes 10:51 at 122. Andy Klosky bringing the strip teaser back out to party. Race against Daryl Tippy in the 62 Chevy 2. Klosky out in front of Tippy, and he'll run it down with a 9:69 at 134 miles an hour. Dale Tippy goes 10:69 at 126. Brings up Dale Northgraves and Bobby Ehlers. 77 Nova at the 414 small block Chevy motor. The race against the Chev Stang Mustang, as he's dubbed it. That's a new one. Bobby Ehlers putting the Chevy motor into the Fox body. We'll run that one down track, and looking like it's working for him. 10:13 at 131. While Northgraves goes 10:43 at 127. So that wraps up Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We'll roll to Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman for first and only round of qualifying. Brandon Piscasek, the first one up in the 1990 Mustang. Gonna try that again. That's not even a Mustang, that's a Chevelle. What am I talking about? And Copeland brings up the Subaru over on the Lordco lane. And it's not even Piscasek, it's Zapstrap Racing's Joel Smith in the 68 Chevelle. Piscasek having just run down track. Dave Copeland brings up the Trailblazer. 1/10 red for Joel Smith off the hitch. Running it down with Dave Copeland in tow. Smith goes 12:29 to the 111. Copeland, 16:57 at 85. Sylvia Hookstons will face off against Roland Lowen, Mustang versus Lordco Auto Parts Meteor. Lowen has found himself in the Hot Rod Finals twice this season, and both on the same day at the last doubleheader 2 weeks ago. Won one of them and was running up in the second. Hookstons, 12:56 at 105. Roland Lowen chasing his second career win at Mission Raceway Park goes 12:80 at 101. Bring up Eric Bertain in the 7-9 Fairmont to race Rob Getz with the diesel pickup. Bertain goes 19:51 at 68 miles an hour. Rob Getz goes 13:02 at 101. Brings up Jessica Armstrong. And the Armstrong and Monroe Marketing Dodge Dart already fully staged up, waiting for Eric Hansen in the Broadway Dart. Hansen will go 12:31 at 107. Armstrong goes 13:63 at 103. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. Old Car Center Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. And standby, Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. Jeff McCauley running down track alongside Dave Jung. McCauley turned on the red light, but will still get there first. 13th hour red goes 11:60 at 114. Dave Jung only busts at 12:23 at 106. Brings up Kevin McCauley. Sorry, Gary Fawcett. In the 66 Plymouth to race Mark Ferguson, the 2002 Pontiac Firebird. Steve Baskerville and Cassidy Langley, the next pair to run down track. Volkswagen Golf to go with 13:11 to 111 miles an hour. Langley will go 12:10 at 109. Brings up Grant Gordon and Nick Douglas. For Cyclic Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart to race against Nick Douglas for the 2023 Super B Charger. Gordon goes 11.93 at 111 miles an hour. Nick Douglas goes 12.14 at 112. That brings up Bill Wells for the TNT Auto Malibu. Racing against Sean Langley in the Mustang. Bill Wells goes 11.54 at 111 miles an hour. Sean Langley goes 11.70 flat at 117 miles an hour. Brings up Ryan Ledre with a car not yet on file. Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle over here, TCS side. Ledre running down track, goes 11.57 at 91 miles an hour, and the right lane goes 14.05 at 94. Jim Mantle runs down the TMM Performance Products Pacer to a 14.48 at 90 miles an hour. So, starting the line crew, just out, taking a quick stock of the racetrack, making sure everything is in tip-top shape before we get set to go racing for the first round of qualifying and the only round in qualifying for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Once again, if you didn't hear, because of the pass that we're running, Canada West Door Slammers, you are on a standby call. Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. down track alongside Jason Gibson as they roll into the Radtoy System Super Pro qualifying. 23rd round of the tree for Gibson. He'll go 9.75, 139 miles an hour. Voth goes 9.47 at 142. John Jenkins brings up with Ted Buss. West Coast Building Restorations, Bubba Speed Shop, and Andy Hatton represented over here TCS side of the 1988 S10. Shawnigan Trucking out of Shawnigan Lake, represented in the 1934 Ford Roadster, Lordco side. Down track we go. Ted Buss, 9.03, 145 miles an hour. John Jenkins goes 10.62 at 124. Bring up Mark Muscant of the Muscant Racing Lordco Auto Parts Monza. That car having some technical problems with it on Friday. Got them fixed up, it looks like, and he's back to racing. We're racing Jan Christensen in the El Gringo Nova. Both cars hightailing down the racetrack. Christensen in hot pursuit, trying to get out in front of Muscant at the top end. 8.48, 159 miles an hour. Muscant goes 10.33 at 129. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, bring them up. Canada West Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Door Slammers to 5 and 6 for first round of qualifying. Martin Rochelle up next to race against Dan Parsons. Pair of throttle stops engaged. Both of these cars running to the 1090 index, as they'll be racing in the Lordco Auto Park Super Combo later today as well. Quarter mile mark. Rochelle goes 1088 at 126. Parsons goes 1093 at 131. That brings up Nick Angelucci in the 78 Malibu to race Mike Stewart. In the buck has been the Excavating Ken Specialty and Gibson Racing Chevy 2. Running down to the quarter mile mark, and Stewart goes 10.02 at 132. Nick Angelucci goes 10.65 at 125. Next pair up, Rick Modal and Kevin Garlock. Pair of Camaros, 3 years separating them. 69 to a 71. Oh boy, a lot of wheel spin there for Rick Modal as he shot towards the left side wall. Gets back into the groove. They're trying to run it out the back door. Garlock goes 901 at 147. Modal goes 892 at 165 and pops the chutes. Brings up Kevin McNichol for Radtoy Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil, Gibson Transmissions, Jim Banky Racing, your 2023 champion on the Nova. Facing off against Clint Delavecchia, the IHRA PG Track Champion in 2018 in his 508 Big Block Chevy 67 Camaro. And we are shutting them off for precipitation falling on the racetrack. So we are going to enter a brief holding pattern. Well, we're hoping for it to be brief, but well, cloud's not looking too promising, but we'll see how things develop. We are at this point in a holding pattern for rain.
All right, everybody. So Nolan, our announcer, has just stepped out for a little bit. So for right now, because of the weather, feel free to go back to your pits. You can leave the staging lanes and go back to your pits while we wait for this weather, since it is starting to come down pretty hard. Feel free to put your cars under some cover and stay dry for the time being. We will update you as the day goes on here.
Well, isn't this fun? I know, not really. But there's no way of getting around it. We are victims of the weather along with everybody else. Whether that weather is good or whether that weather is bad. So the track crew out there with the tractors trying to keep some heat in the surface. And I can assure you of this, as soon as the weather gives us an opportunity, just the slightest little opening, we're going to be all over it to continue with the first round of time trials. So just a little reminder to everybody, concession stand is open. They've got breakfast on for you. Of course, it is nearing 11 a.m., so not sure exactly when they do the switch over, but if you were planning on having breakfast, you should probably get that done fairly quickly. So Justin Bond in Chicago this weekend with the Pro Mod, Bahrain 1. So I believe they will have at least completed first round by now. Well, they're probably 3 hours ahead, so they could be further than that into the program, and I have not checked results, so don't worry. If you're hoping to not hear any results and watch the race when you get home or something along those lines, I'm not going to ruin it for you at this time. If I change my mind, I'll give you a heads up. But of course, I'm sure we're all hoping for the best result for Justin and the Bahrain 1 team. Jordy Lazic there this weekend as well. So I just received a phone call giving me an update as to how Jordy Lazic and Justin Bond are making out in Chicago. And again, I'm just not going to pass that on. For those that are taping the race or want to find out on their own, I will leave you with that option. So unfortunately, we've got some challenging looking skies up there. However, I did talk to one racer in the lanes, and he was on the phone with somebody in Ladner and said it's sunny and clear out there. So hopefully some of that weather will make its way to Mission today. So I suppose the good news is not a ton of moisture out there. Just enough to keep us from racing. But we'll remain, or we'll continue to keep those fingers crossed that this will just be a short little system making its way through. Before too long, we'll get back to the racing. So once again, concession stand is open. You could go get yourself some breakfast or maybe just a cup of coffee. So hang on, everybody. So I'll give you a little update. Apparently, we are still seeing a few drops. I'm up here in the tower, so I can't actually tell. But from what I'm told, things are backing off a little bit. They're moving in the right direction. However, we still are a ways away from resuming the program. Now, I have a very important announcement regarding today's schedule. At this point, we're going to throw the towel in on race number 2, or what would have been race number 6. What was a doubleheader is now back to a single header. And the game plan with that is we're going to shoot for a second time trial today for all the classes that we're going to participate in the doubleheader, and we're therefore scheduled for one time trial. We are now moving to a single race with 2 time trials, or at least that is the goal. However, weather delays can certainly affect the game plan, but for right now, that is the game plan. We are going back to a single header, and we're going to shoot for 2 time trials. Now, very, very important, hang on to your gate receipt from this morning. If you bought into the doubleheader, i.e. if you paid for the second race, hang on to your receipt from the gate this morning, as that will be your rain check. So just to recap and repeat, single header today. Single header with 2 time trials. That is the current game plan. And very important, hang on to your gate receipt from this morning, as that will be your rain check. So again, let's continue to keep those fingers crossed tightly. Hope for good weather. With any luck, we'll resume Rad Torque System Super Pro before too long. Well, Brian, according to Sky Tracker, we are done with the wet stuff. Now, I can't make that promise, but that's what Sky Tracker is saying, that we are done. Currently, there's no rain in the tech area. This is what I'm told. I received a couple of texts after the last time I put the mic down. So we're going to make the call right now for the Mission 500. Now, for anybody that does not know what the Mission 500 is, well, very simple. We take people and their streetcars and allow them to make laps in the shutdown area. You don't actually go on the racing surface. We contain you to the shutdown area. But if you have a clean, dry, warm car, we would very much appreciate you helping us out. Again, looking for nice, clean, dry cars to make laps in the shutdown area, what we like to call the Mission 500. So if you are able, come on out. Just head down to the back end of the track. So, Mission 500 competitors, this is your call. Head down to the shutdown area of the racetrack and please make some laps. We'll make a team effort out of this, get things dried up as quickly as we possibly can. So, once again, one more time, Team Mission, or not Team Mission, but you're welcome too. Mission 500, Mission 500, looking for nice, clean, dry cars to make some laps in the shutdown area. Thank you very much. So again, with regards to the earlier announcement, where we're going back to a single header, there is a new run order posted at the base of the tower. Basically, just reflects that there will once again be a second time trial as part of the run order. Again, I am seeing some cars down there in the shutdown area, but we could certainly use some more. Anybody willing has a nice, clean, dry car to go make some laps for us in the shutdown, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. Well, if you're hanging around outside, you certainly don't need me to explain what is obvious. Seemed as though things were moving in the right direction. Not so much the case at the moment. So big thank you going out to all of our Mission 500 competitors. We may be calling on you once again shortly. But for the time being, the delay will continue. Again, everybody, get those fingers crossed and cross them tightly, and let's all hope for some weather. Well, it would appear that once again things are heading in the right direction. There is still a little bit of moisture falling from the sky, but it has lessened considerably. So the tractors, once again, are out there. They're not dragging yet, but they are trying to sweep some of the water over the wall. That's where the drying process starts. So again, keep those fingers crossed. Let's hope this weather continues in the direction that it currently is in. But at this point, there is no talk of giving up. We are bound and determined to make this happen today. So we'll continue to keep you updated as to the progress of the track surface. But we are at least, I'm going to say, 45, 60 minutes away, best case scenario. Once again, the concession stand is open. Lunch is on. So hang on and wait, everybody.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are looking for anybody that is interested in doing the top end 500. Now that we have a break in the weather here, and it looks like we hopefully are on the other side of it, we need some help trying to dry out the top end of the track. So if you have a car and you want to help us out, you can head on out to the top end of the track and start doing loops, please, and doing the best you can there so we can get this dried up and get back to racing.
Well, things are coming along quite nicely. I was just riding around the pits a little bit. Things are starting to dry up. We're getting there. Thanks once again to all those participating in the Mission 500 up there at the top end of the racetrack. Great job, everybody. So just as soon as those decisions are made, we'll pass on information regarding what our run order will be when we resume today's festivities. And while we still are a little bit away, I think it's probably a good idea to start getting ready.
All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Track prep is going well. We are almost ready to go. Just to continue on with the day, we have switched the beginning of the run order just a little bit. I will post a new copy downstairs if you want to take a picture of it or anything. We are going to put juniors on standby for their second qualifier. So we're going to put junior dragsters and junior street. We are going to be starting with junior street. So we'll put junior street and junior dragsters on standby. And our regular announcers will be back very soon. You are live.
Okay, hey, the sun's come out. The track is drying off. It's coming up real nice. Track temp right now, she's about 84 degrees with that sun on it. Top end's just about finished. So we're looking for junior street to lane 3 and 4. Junior dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. If you guys start making your way down there, we can get it underway. Standby call, sportsman cars. Standby call, sportsman cars.
Well, 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 what a difference an hour can make. Got a little bit of sunshine going on out there. Things are warming up quite nicely. Got a little bit of temperature into the track. And we're just kind of putting the final touches on it before we resume the program. Now we do have a run order in place as to how we're going to sort this mess out. Obviously, because we have been fighting the weather, we're going to start off kind of nice and slow and easy. We're going to start with the junior classes. So Junior Street, followed by Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. Following the juniors, we'll go into Sportsman. Sportsman will be getting their second qualifier following the juniors. We will then roll back into Super Pro to resume the opening round of time trials for Super Pro. Just give me 1 sec here while I ask a question.
And then there's also a copy on the board that if they want to take a picture, I put a new copy of it. It's just the first half.
So as I was saying, we're going to start with the junior classes. We'll then roll into Sportsman, and that will be the second round of qualifying for Sportsman. We will then roll back into Super Pro and pick up right where we left off. So we need to be really clear about this. When we make the call for Q1 Super Pro, we want only those cars that did not get their run in. So approximately half the field did get a hit down the track. So if you are one of those cars, when we make the call for Q1 Super Pro, we need you to just stay right where you are. We want only those cars that did not make a hit for Q1 in Super Pro. Once we are done completing Q1 of Super Pro, we'll roll into Hot Rod Q1, then Door Slammers Q1, followed by Super Combo and Super Shifter, and finally Motorcycle. And that will complete the first round of qualifying and time trials. We will then kind of start off with Q2, starting with Pro Bracket, followed by Hot Rod, then Super Pro, Door Slammers, Super Combo, Super Shifter, and finally Motorcycle. So we'll just kind of rehash that once again so that everybody knows what's going on. We've got our junior classes in the lanes. We'll be starting off with Junior Street, followed by Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. We will then resume Q1 of Super Pro. And just one more time, when we make the call for Q1 Super Pro, we need only those drivers that did not go down the track prior to the weather interruption. Following Super Pro will be Hot Rod, Door Slammer, Super Combo, Super Shifter, then Motorcycle. We will then roll into Q2, and our juniors will have already made their second hit, so we'll go with Pro, Hot Rod, Super Pro, Door Slammers once again, followed by Super Combo, Super Shifter, and finally Motorcycle. So we want to thank everybody for their patience here this morning. It's been a trying morning, no doubt, for everyone involved. So as mentioned, we've got our junior classes in the lanes and junior dragsters along with Junior Street brought to us by Peden Industries. We're certainly thankful for all their support. Vancouver Car Wrap's back on board, sponsoring Sportsman this year. Bubba's Speed Shop back on board, sponsoring Pro Bracket. Rad Torque Systems bringing us Super Pro. Mountain View Harley Davidson bringing us the motorcycle class. The Old Car Center bringing us Hot Rod. Well, isn't that kind of fitting? Door Slammers, brought to us this weekend by TCS. Also, TCS naming rights of the left-hand lane here at the Titanium Strip. And finally, Super Combo, brought to us this year by Lordco Auto Parts. Well, I should mention Super Shifters. As always, McLeod Clutches bringing us the Super Shifters class. So we're going to make the call now for Super Pro Q1. So once again, only those competitors in Super Pro that did not go down the track prior to the weather interruption. So Super Pro Q1, what's left of you? We need you to the lanes. And that would include me. So I'm not quite sure who's going to sit in for me. I think it's Anna's turn.
Thanks, John. I pass.
Anna passes. How about Bo? So here we go. First pair in the shutdown area. That was Riker and Sophia. Sophia with a 1062. Or no, sorry, that was James and Jenna. Never mind me. Jenna there with a 1062. James there first with a 1026. Now we've got Riker and Sophia. Sophia in the right lane, Riker in the left. Sportsman, this is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman will get you in 3 and 4. Super Pro will get you in 5 and 6. And once again, only those Super Pro competitors that did not make their run prior to the weather interruption. And a standby call going out to Hot Rod. So the remaining Super Pro cars, we need you to 5 and 6. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. And Hot Rod, be ready to go. So Addison out there all by herself. How about 11:54 at 62 miles an hour? And that will set up Tyler and Taryn. Tyler Towerside versus Appstrap Racing, 1997 Chevy pickup. Taryn, right lane, 66 Beaumont, very pretty car, Sport Deluxe. Tyler lights the pre-stage bulb, left lane. Now Taryn's lit the pre-stage bulb. Tyler's in, Taryn's in, here comes the tree. Couple of nice lights, 21 versus a 61. Taryn to the top end first, 10.03 seconds. Tyler not far behind with a 1080. Next pair making their way into the staging beams, Josephine in the left lane. Another Chevy pickup. And it's Dallas in the right lane. And the little Honda. So one light red, one light green. It's all good in time trials. Top end, 1041. For Josephine, Dallas with an 1111. So looks like that'll do it for Junior Street. Second round of qualifying. So Junior Street is in the books, ready to go into eliminations. Junior Thunder and Lightning in the lanes, ready to go. Super Pro competitors, you should be in 5 and 6. And once more, just to reiterate, only those who have not yet made a pass. Sportsman, you've been called to lanes 3 and 4. Hot Rod, you are on standby. Pretty sure I heard Nolan's voice in the background up here, so. So, making our way through time trial number 2 for Junior Thunder. Alex and Dallas out there. Alex to the finish line first with a 12:12. Dallas with a 13:96. Two more getting ready to go. Tower side or TCS lane. We've got Grayson out of Maple Ridge. And in the right lane or Lordco lane, we've got Wesley from Chilliwack. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Hot Rod, Hot Rod. Old Car Center Hot Rod. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod will take you now in lanes 1 and 2. And with that, we'll put Canada West Door Slammers on standby. Canada West Door Slammers, please be ready to go. This is your standby call. So Wesley, right-hand lane. Nice 061 launch, followed by a 1235. Grayson, left side. Going a little quick at 868. So Bentley and Nate getting ready to go now. Bentley, tower side. Nate, spectator side. Both these youngsters from right here in Mission. Bentley, nice 029 reaction time. And it's Bentley to the finish line first. Both cars go 895 with a 7. Wow. That's pretty impressive. Ashton and Page will be our next pair. This will be Maple Ridge versus Mission. Ashton out of Maple Ridge. I'd like to thank TK Performance and Lordco. Paige doesn't have any sponsors listed, but I'm quite sure she'd like to thank Peden Industries for bringing us the junior classes. Ashton turns it red by just 11 thousandths of a second. Ashton with 1186. Page goes 1233. Now we've got Adam and Nash. Nash in the right lane. Nash has got himself a long list of sponsors. Check this out. Milron Trucking, BDL Auto, SN Racing, Rocket Coatings, Diversified Metalworks, Paint by Rodrigue, and Lordco Racing. Adam with some help from TK Performance and Lordco. Adam, your 2022 champion. Man, that thing leaves pretty hard for a Thunder car, let me tell you. And at the finish line, off the gas, way ahead of time, still goes 8:79. I see we've got Mission Fire and Rescue on the property. They headed towards the gate. They then hung a right. It appears they're exiting. I don't know, maybe they were trying to get in for free and they got turned down or something. Now Adeline and Hunter. Hunter in the right lane. Oddly enough, he's got the same nice long sponsor list as his younger brother. Oh, Hunter out of Chilliwack, right-hand side of your racetrack. Adeline over here, tower side or left lane. So Adeline Tower side turns it red by just 10 thou. It's Hunter to the top end first with an 8:56. Adeline with a 9:16. So it looks like that will do it for second round of time trials for Junior Thunder and take us into Junior Lightning. Well, Nolan, are you ready to go?
You know, it's not often that schedules line up perfectly with rain delays, but so is the case today.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to leave this in your capable hands, and I'll be back up here in a little while.
John going to go and fire up the S10 to go run it up in the Super Pro qualifier. Lincoln Shark fires down track, trying to see if he can get out in front of Connor. And he does. 7:95 at 82. Connor goes 8:13 at 81. Brings up Nick and Abby. JBS Equipment, Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Lordco. Over here, Lordco side. Nick turns on the red live with the JBS Equipment Junior Dragster. Goes 013 red. Happy for Lordco, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Walco. Goes 810 with a 5 at 81 to the good. Nick follows up with 795 at 81. Brings up McKenna for JBS Equipment to race Isabella for Silva Auto World, Canco and Quality Manufactured Homes. This is the second qualifier now for the Peter Industries Junior Light category after this race was turned from a double to a single header. An extra qualifier was added on just to give races extra time to repair on the newly prepped track. McKenna will go 8:03 at 80 miles an hour. Isabella goes 8:29 at 81. Brings up Lexi for the Hobo Racing Bowtie Ventures Junior Dragster alongside Joshua from Midnight Paint and Body, Lordco Auto Parts, Crystal Glass, and Indigenous Travel. One green light as Joshua goes red by 600ths. Lexi going to get out in front. Goes 8:15 at 80 miles an hour. Gets there 6th out ahead of Joshua, who went 8:24 at 80. Brings up Jackson Dew for JBS Equipment and Grandpa. Jax goes 8:58 at 76 miles an hour. That wraps up Peter Industries Junior Lightning qualifying. Next time you see the junior classes up, it'll be for eliminations. We will be down momentarily, and we'll be back up shortly. This time, though, thankfully not for rain. We'll move into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman for a second round of qualifying. Brandon Piskasek brings up the 1990 Mustang to race against Eric Hansen in the Broadway Dart. Both cars run down track. Piscaset goes 13-14 at 101. Hans goes 12-35 at 107. Brings up Eric Brittain to the 7-9 Fairmont to race Dave Copeland in the 2008 Trailblazer. Copeland goes 16:39 at 85 miles an hour. Brittain goes 19:77 at 67. Bring up Jim Mantle for the TMM Performance Products Pacer to race Sylvia Hookstins' Ford Mustang. Hookstins and Mantle both firing down Broadway. And it'll be 12:56 at 105, 15:47 at 90. So once again, we are down on a hold. This time it is for a unrelated medical emergency. We are just assisting Mission Fire and Rescue with a helicopter landing for a patient transport. So we are obviously going to be down while they get that emergency sorted. We will back up and running shortly. Please stay away from the fence and stay away from the top end as well. Obviously, it is a sensitive situation, so please allow for Mission Fire Rescue to do their work. Do not go to the top end of the racetrack. Give them the space they need to work. Once again, just to reiterate, it is not a racing-related emergency. Everyone at the track is fine and accounted for. This is unrelated to the event we are running today. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Just a small run order change for the motorcycle competitors and for license and testers for this afternoon. Motorcycles, you were going to be running after super shifters. You are now going to be running after door slammers. So motorcycles, you'll be the first class up after door slammers. For all drivers looking to do license and testing today, you will be placed after super shifters for every rotation. So that is motorcycles, you are after door slammers, and license and test, you will be after super shifters. Many things, consider this is our 4th iteration of a run order now, subject to change on that as well. But hopefully not, but subject to change. So as things continue to be worked on up at the top end of the racetrack, we are about 10 to 15 minutes away from getting this show back on the road. So we're not anticipated this to take much longer than 10 to 15 minutes. So soon enough, we will be back underway with racing action at the Titanium Strip. The staging lanes, attention the staging lanes. Drivers to your cars, drivers to your cars. We're about to go racing. Drivers to your cars. Once again, Brian Ledre brings up the Mufflin Tech Automotive Chevelle as we complete burnouts for our next run. Kevin McCauley and the Old School Cutlass brings it up Lordco side as we continue to roll through Vancouver Car Ramp Sportsman qualifying. Second and final round. We'll see them in eliminations next. .002 red for Ledre. He'll run it out with an 11.62 at 101. McCauley goes 11.85 at 114. Bring up two-time finalist and Old Car Center Hot Rod, Roland Lowen for Lordco Auto Parts in the 55 Meteor alongside Ann Copeland in the Subaru. Lowen taking his first win in the Hot Rod category of his career just a couple weeks ago. With that car at the very least, as the Meteor runs it down track. Copeland turns it red on the tree at the starting line. 12.83 at 101 miles an hour for Roland Lowen, and Copeland goes 15.22 at 92. Steve Baskerville brings out the Volkswagen Golf with the 2-liter turbo mode in the race Grant Gordon, the Force Agos Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart. Gordon gonna roll down track. And he'll go 11.97 at 111 miles an hour. Baskerville goes 13.34 at 109. That brings up Dave Jung in the Lordco Auto Parts Malibu to face off against Gary Fawcett in the Plymouth. Turning down the racetrack, Jung goes 12.18 at 106. Gary Fawcett goes 14.22 at 95. Next pairing up, Mark Ferguson of the Pontiac Firebird. Racing Jessica Armstrong, who's already left the line and has had problems. Ferguson running down track. Goes 12.59 at 108. And Armstrong will start her slow roll down the racetrack after going 4/10 green on the tree. Bring up Cassidy Langley. Racing the Mustang against Rob Getz in the 2005 F-250. Langley goes red. Getz racing the Mustang in the diesel pickup. Rob Getz gets there first, makes the pass, goes 12.97 at 101. Cassidy Langley goes 13.45 at 100. And that'll bring up Sean Langley in the other 69 Mustang to race against Bill Wells for TNT Auto. Good old Ford v Chevy battle. A decade separate the Malibu from the Mustang. One-tenth green on the tree for Sean Langley. Had troubles getting off the hitch. Bill Wells, 19th out of the good. Quarter mile, Bill Wells goes 11.65 at 110. Sean Langley goes 12.47 at 117. Ginger Valley running down track alongside Joel Smith. Joel Smith going to run that one out the back door for the Zapstrap race. Chevelle goes 11:80 at 112. Valley goes 13:29 at 102. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Canada West Door Slammers, lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, we need you on up. Lanes 5 and 6. Door Slammers to 5 and 6. Nick Douglas, the next one that's going to run down track. And the final one that's going to run down track in Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman qualifying. Oh, just goes red by 1/10,000th of a second. Tough break for Nick Douglas. 12:27 at 111 miles an hour. So we're going to get the sprayer out there, spray down the track, get it all prepped up for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Motorcycles and Super Combo, you are on standby. Motorcycles and Super Combo, you are on standby. Rick McKinney making a hit for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket alongside Emily Gerard, who is going to be the first pass down for the Sheer Solutions Just Mechanical Undercover Dragster. And Gerard turns on the red light. McKinney will go 12th down to the good. Gerard runs it out the back door. 7:41, 180 miles an hour. Rick McKinney follows it up. 10:55, 125 miles an hour. Brings up Kevin McNichol in the Ragtor Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil Gibson's Transmissions, Jim Banky Racing, your defending champion to race Jeremy Soares in the Soares Transportation Cameron. Jeremy Soares is going to clock in the 7:48 at 178 miles an hour. McNichol goes 10:05 at 133. Brings up Lorenz Schwartz and Mike Robinson, Titanium Auto Group of Speed Shop over here, TCS side for the Monte Carlo. And the Ford Roadster for JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports at the Lordco lane. Now, this is not the full rotation of Super Pro. This is a continuation of the first round of qualifying that we had to stop at about 10 in the morning due to rain. So this is just finishing up the first round rotation, and they'll have their full second round rotation up later this afternoon. Two green lights, 0:30 to an 0:32. Robertson goes 9:07 at 147 miles an hour. Lorenz Schwartz goes 10:09 at 133. Brings up John Tabak from the Ragtor Systems S10. He'll face off against Blake Foster in the 2007 Dragster. Blake Foster going to run that one down track. 7:40, 173 miles an hour. John Tabak will go 10:33 at 128. Brings up Craig Johnson to race the BC scale. Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon to face off against Clint Delavecchia, your IHRA track champion from 1967. Delavecchia going to fire down track and puts it in for an 885 at 151 miles an hour. Craig Johnson, 1053 at 122. Attention to pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles and combo to the lanes. Not to be hard to Dave Davidson Motorcycles coming up to lanes 1 and 2. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo to 3 and 4. That's motorcycles to 1 and 2. Super Combo to 3 and 4. BC McLeod Super Shifters, you are on standby. We roll to the first qualifying rotation of Old Car Center Hot Rod. And I see a whole fleet of door slammers behind the behind the timing tower and ready to go. Just call me Eminem. Bill Halicki will bring it up against Dennis Winton. The Ron's Engine Machine Ranchero racing the Shaggy Bel Air. Cars have to be 1969 or older. Winton goes 1165 at 113. Halicki goes 1283 at 98. Winter Harbor Machine will fire down track of the 1969 Acadian, driven by Rob Monroe, racing Rob Hodgson in the Belvedere. Monroe gets there first, 10:39, 127 miles an hour. Hodgson goes 10:56 at 125. Bring up Steve Wilson in the Mooch for the 1965 Acadian to race Mike Hollingstead in the 67 Fairlane. Lot of wheel spin for Steve Wilson, could not get off the line, or sorry, for Mike Hollingstead. And Steve Wilson will fire down track and goes 10:15 at 129. Hollingstead can only muster 11 seconds at 140 after a bad launch. Matt Warner brings it up for the Linden Service Center Mercury to race Terry Hoogstens with that 383 small block Chevy motor. Terry Hoogstens goes 2,000 to the green and shoots to the #1 qualifying spot as Matt Warner will go down with a 10:42 at 125. Hoogstens goes 12:01 at 111. That brings up Larry Rodenizer to race against Daryl Tippy in the Chevy 2. Rodenizer pulls a little left, but gets it back into the groove and runs it down track. 9:40 at 140 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy goes 10:62 at 126. That brings up Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon from 1964 towards Jerry Brabander in the Chevy 2. Oh, Brabander bumps right through the beams and won't get a time lock. Dustin Hunter goes 5 thou red. .913 at 146. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles to lanes 1 and 2, super combo to 3 and 4. Bikes to 1 and 2, super combo to 3 and 4. That's once again super combo to 3 and 4. Rob Monroe Sr. brings up the white knuckle racing Model A alongside Jamie Wellwood in the 1932 Ban Am Altered. That Altered is capable of 160-mile-an-hour passes. It is one of the fastest cars in the Old Car Center hot rod category. Thing's a beast if it hooks up. Jamie Wellwood running down track and going to lift a little early. Goes only 9:06 at 117. Monroe Sr. will go 8:76 at 150. Bring up Sylvia Hoogstens of the Ford Mustang to race Roland Lowen in the Lordco Auto Parts Meteor. Hoogstens gets set to fire down track alongside Roland Lowen. And 12:56 at 105 to Roland Lowen's 12:80 at 101. Final pair of hot rod. Chris Stone and Jim Benke. Stone Cold Racing, Lillibert Chrysler for the Dart. Rat Tour Systems, Bucky's Mini Excavating, and Titanium Monogroup for the Barracuda. So that'll bring us in to Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada by Door Slammers, and I want to give a quick shout out to the 2024 associate sponsors, including Artex Racing, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes Limited, Alpine Backhoe, Associated Tire and Auto, Comox Valley Excavating, TCS Performance Products, Titanium Auto Group, NC Engines, and Traveland RV. Today's race sponsor is TCS Performance Transmission Products. It is a locally owned and operated business located in Langley, BC. As a leading manufacturer of performance and extreme automatic transmission parts and torque converters for over 50 years, their first priority continues to deliver the best products possible to their customers. TCS takes pride in manufacturing improved products for many racing, off-road, and towing applications. TCS continues to be the first choice torque converter for many drag racing, performance diesel, towing, and off-road applications. With over 50 years of experience, TCS has the ability to build you the converter that fits your specific needs or repair and service your existing converter. TCS services all makes and brands of torque converters. You can check out their website today at www.tcsproducts.com, located at 6217 Unit 205, St. Langley in BC. Or you can phone them in today at 604-533-8675. A lot of door slammers lined up around the tower from the back of the stage lanes all the way back and into pit road. I'm seeing many familiar faces out to party. We'll bring up the first pair. Jason Field in the Overkill Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, and Hutch's Transmission with Mensker Motorsports in the Chevelle. He's racing Adam DeYoung in the Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions Chevy Camaro from 1967. Jason Field sporting 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor under that Chevelle. That is, of course, a newer car for Jason Field, different to the one he had been running since the late 2010s and early 2020s. Brought that car onto the scene throughout just the last year or two. Firing down Broadway. Jason Field gets out there with the 002 light. Adam DeYoung lifting early, aborts the run. 725 at 187 miles an hour. Adam DeYoung goes 1182 at 72. That brings up Peter Lacanis for the the Transport Logistics Corvette. He is facing off against Mike Bedsworth in the 96 Oldsmobile in the right lane. 632 motor for Bedsworth, 502 cubic inches over here for Lacanis. That Transport Logistics Corvette used to be a very frequent runner at Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Only recently, in the last few years, made the jump over to race at the Canada West Door Slammers category. Bedsworth goes 013 red. Oh, and he's going to blow the motor. Lots of smoke for Bedsworth as he runs it out the back door. 708 at 182 miles an hour with a lot of smoke there for Bedsworth in the right lane. Peter Lacanis goes 852 at 157. So we're going to shut things down momentarily just to go out, check the track, make sure there is no oil down there. But that car's motor looked like it was giving up at about the 8th mile mark all the way out to the quarter. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super shifters to lanes 1 and 2. We need BC McLeod. Super shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Super shifters come down to lanes 1 and 2. License and test. You are on standby. License and test. You are on standby. Dave Warren and Brian Ritchie firing down Broadway as Brian Ritchie takes the Racing Engines at Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle. Goes 781, 172 miles an hour. Dave Warren goes 803 at 167. Hatton will run that one down to the 69 Camaro, goes 818 at 163 miles an hour. Howie Winklehorst in the 55 Bel Air ran at 839 at 161. We're on Henry Zacharias for the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette. He'll race Paul Stretch in the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier. Both drivers leave on the green lights, but none terribly stellar. Paul Stretch will run down the road and he'll go 733, 190 miles an hour. That's the new #1 qualifier. Zacharias goes 981 at 70.
So we're making our way through round one of qualifying. Things going pretty smoothly so far.
Bar one smoky run down the racetrack, yeah.
Well, yeah, that is true. I wasn't going to mention that, though. Today has certainly had its challenges as far as delays go. Hopefully, all of that, for any reason, is behind us now.
Well, I see the sun beating down and shadows behind people and cars, so I think that's a pretty good sign.
So Mark Thompson and Grant Howell gonna face off. Mark Thompson, tower side, in that very cool 1954 Studebaker. Marvel Racing. Grant Howell, this 37 Chevrolet, equally cool, or at least pretty close to equal. It'll come down to your preference. So the Canada West Door Slammers brought to us this weekend by TCS. A class for cars with doors, as you may have gathered. Got to run at least 870. Thompson gets away with a nice 16 light at the finish line. He puts a 746 up there on the reader board. 183 miles an hour. Grant Howell doing a $1.76 while posting a 763. So there's 2 more cars safely in the field. Game plan once again to have 2 hits. Well, I was going to say this morning, but we've got that behind us. We are in the afternoon.
Rod Leclerc going to be the next one up for Paradise Homes in that 67 Camaro. Very frequently a qualifier within the top 5 in the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers Association. He's racing Anthony Katnick for Lordco Auto Parts and TK Performance Parts. Leclerc was out making a few test hits in the Friday test and tune session a couple days ago, and that car was looking speedy.
Yes, well, you pegged him as a top 5 qualifier. I would say you could even peg him as a top 3. Given who's here this weekend, I'm going to say it's going to, the number 1 spot will likely be Rod, or be that little Opal that we've got in the lanes about to come up.
Don't discount John DeYoung if he's here this afternoon either.
Oh, yes, this is true. I was forgetting about John. So Rod Leclerc, Tower Side, Anthony Katnick in the spectator lane or Lordco side. Wow, Katnick absolutely up in smoke. That car made no attempt to hook up whatsoever. So as I understand, new car, and maybe suffering a little bit from the new car blues. Meanwhile, Rod Leclerc, left side, had no problems whatsoever. Puts a 678 up there on the reader board. 201 miles an hour.
First 200 mile an hour pass of the day.
Pretty solid looking run. No worries. So back to Anthony Katnick. As I understand it, it is a fairly new car. It's got a big Hemi under the hood. Might just take a little bit of sorting out before we see that car run to its potential, however. Now Ray Russiani, Tower Side, taking on TLD, Terry Langdon Davies. At the finish line, it is the Chevy 2 there first with an 825. Langdon Davies right behind him in that oh so cool Willys with an 836, 160 miles an hour.
For those perhaps a little bit more unfamiliar with how the door slammer racing works, most classes qualify off of reaction time. Door slammers qualify off of total quarter mile ET. And, well, that makes the qualifying sheet sometimes a little bit lopsided to a few cars in particular, but still does make it ever more exciting to watch the qualifying runs.
Anthony Katnick and Darren Buick out there now. Buick in his 67 Nova for Evans Excavating goes 856 at 157. Meanwhile, Anthony Katnick behind the wheel of the little Mustang Tower Side goes 832 at $1.64. So Greg Field now, Tower Side, out of Kamloops. In what I am quite sure is the world's quickest Opal. I do not believe he's got any real competition for that title. Otto Schulte, past champion, multi-time champion, in the right lane.
That Opal hit 224 miles at a 6:56 pass in Friday's test and tune session, by far the fastest and quickest pass of the afternoon. So I'm expecting big things here this afternoon as well.
Big block Chevrolet power with a couple of turbochargers. So Field up in smoke twice. Immediately at the hit, then he took a second stab at it, but to no avail. Otto Schulte, meanwhile, right-hand lane, went 746, 183 miles an hour in the ex-Condé Cavalier. Well, it has been some time since we've seen Derek Shirks 55 Bel Air on the track without sporting any Band-Aids.
And we did the whole paint job on that car over the winter months and gave it for that front noses maiden run in Friday's testing session as well.
So it'll be Shirk and Kenworthy. Kenworthy in the right-hand lane. Little 1992 Firebird. Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington. Well, fairly straightforward looking. Shirk was moving around a little bit early. Finish line, he goes 7:16, 165 miles an hour. Kenworthy, wow, 6:79, 166 miles per hour. And a quad zero reaction time. How about that? Of course, the AccuTime timing system likes to run everything out to the fourth digit. So it's kind of redefined, in my opinion, what a perfect light is. Oh, yeah, look at me. Looking at the wrong number. 679 would have been pretty impressive for Kenworthy in that 92 Firebird. In fact, he went 813 at 166. Makes way more sense. Now Big J, Scott Robinson. Robinson, former champ in the right-hand lane. How about 761, 179 miles an hour. Jay Saverston behind the wheel of the Nova. Tower side goes 741, 186.
Do you think Poe Freeborn likes his burnouts?
I'm thinking so. Freeborn in the right lane. 67 Shelby. Very pretty looking car over there in the right lane. And Johnny West for Kingsley Trucking and Lordco. Tower side of the racetrack. Attention the pits. License and test. License and test. Come on down to lane number 6. License and test. This is your call to lane number 6. Well, I was just going to tell you all about Poe Freeborn and Johnny West, and then the data just disappeared. So Brad Powell and Kathy Freeborn now. Kathy Freeborn, right-hand lane. Beautiful. Red Camaro. So Brad Powell in the Chevelle, Kathy Freeborn in the Camaro.
Oh, Freeborn left too soon. Jumped the gun on that one, and Brad Powell gets a freebie.
So we'll blame that one on the car. We'll call that some kind of a starting line malfunction. And result, of course, will be no data. Well, here we go. A couple of Camaros. So John DeYoung in the right-hand lane for Artex Racing. If anybody's going to knock Rod Leclerc out of that number 1 position, it'll be this guy. So I do believe we've got Ray Bollinger in the left lane. Very sleek looking 69 Camaro. So both drivers red. Ray by a bunch, John by a little bit. At the finish line, John DeYoung with a 7:06, 197 miles an hour. So Rod Leclerc, number 1 qualifier after 1 round of qualifying. So there we go, round 1 of qualifying in the books for the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers, this weekend's event, brought to us by Torque Converter Specialties, TCS.
And that will bring up first pair over here in the Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle category. Wild Bill brings up the Wild Racing Kawasaki. He'll face off against Daryl Storzuk in his 1988 Suzuki. Storzuk representing Leak Pro, world's leader in automotive water and air leaks, and Win Noise Repair over there in the Lordco lane. Bigger field this time than the first 2 runs for the motorcycle categories. You only had 1 and then 2 competitors in the first 2 weeks out of competition.
So we have literally doubled the field size.
Yes, we have.
We've got at least 4 bikes. Well, maybe more. I said at least, so we covered that.
And Storzuk got timed out. Wild Bill will be down track. Storzuk could not stage that bike over time. We'll get no time logged. Wild Bill fires in a 9:28 at 139. Brings up Tom Turan of the Daytona Motorsports, Bolt of the Suns, GSXR, dubbed the Kraken. Turan with 2 wins under his belt so far in 2024, racing Al Lamont making his first appearance.
So Al Lamont in his vintage street bike over there in the right-hand lane. Not really looking for a big number here. Tom Turan. How about 861, $154 for Tom in the left lane. There goes Al Lamont, 12.99. 102 miles an hour. Well, that'll work.
Was that a test pass? That says PM, which you sense okay. So it is confirmed 4-bike field. This is not a part of the motorcycle category. This bike is a pro mod bike that is on a testing hit. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. Looking to run down track, has trouble hitching up, gets toward the right side of the groove, and will semi-coast at the top end, goes 895 at 135. That takes us the first round of qualifying for Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Warren Jacobson brings out the 1967 Chevy 2 to race Martin Brachel's 1978 Malibu. Red for Jacobson. Rochelle was 053 to the good. Qualifying is based off of whoever can get to the index the closest, and you can run either 1090, 990, or 890. Rochelle ran a 1087 with Warren Jacobson taking the #1 spot, only 6th thou off the mark. Went 1090 with a 6. So Jacobson in the #1 qualifier spot for now. Jerry App will take the 66 Mustang to face off against Dan Parsons' Duster. Jerry App goes 1040 with the 6, 145 miles an hour. Dan Parsons goes 1089 at 132. Brings up Jan Christensen in the El Gringo Nova to race Stefan Vich in the 1972 Duster. At least 8 cars in a Super Combo field, bigger than the 6-car field that we saw the last time out. 2 more cars aiming for the 1090 index. Fitch will run it down track and goes 1085 to Jen Christensen's 1072. So far, Warren Jacobson, the only driver to meet the 1090 index without going under. Bring up Brandon Hutchinson in the 2002 Corvette to race against Herman Clow in the Lordco Auto Parts machine. Last weekend, that Corvette run into the 990 index. And this time out, 1003, so might still be aiming for the 990 Super Gas Index. Goes 161 miles an hour. Herman Clow was 1068 at 132. Attention to the pits. Pro Bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Double and 1 on the tray for the driver in the left lane as he runs it down track. Puts down a 1081 to the 145. Right lane goes 1113 to 148. Much bigger Super Combo field. We've now doubled the field size from the opener. Bring up Dave Stobie in the Evans Holding Corvette. He'll race against John Meloff in the Meloff Excavating Corvette. 973 at 165. Dave Stolberg goes 1083 at 123. We roll to BC Super Shifters, presented by McLeod. Grant Clone brings it up first for the Liberty Speed Fairlane. Racing against Dale Posnick's Mustang. Posnick bouncing up and down like a bucking bronco as he fires down Broadway. Grant Clone out in front goes 853 at 156. Dale Posnick goes 1014 at 132. All four limbs at use. One hand on the wheel, one hand on a shifter, 1 foot on the throttle, and 1 foot on the clutch. Bring up Al Lougheed in the 63 Falcon to race Jamie Roth in the Comet. Al Lougheed with a 949 at 136. Jimmy Roth goes 997 at 135. Brings up Will Zorick in the 62 machine to race against Rich Graves in his El Camino. Will Zorick gets timed out on the beams. Rich Graves goes 11:48 at 120. Bram John DePork in the 1977 Camaro to race Alf Weeb with a 1970 Buick. Attend to the pits, attend to the pits. Super Pro on standby. Radtoy System Super Pro, you're on standby. Scott Winterbottom running down track alongside Will Friesen. 938 to a 141. Will Friesen goes 10:08 at 134. Bring up Lim Bruch in the 1967 Camaro to race Keith Winterbottom in the Rags Riches Top Shot Camaro. Red light start for Bruce, but still way out in front, and we'll go 8:58, 157 miles an hour. Keith Winterbottom goes 9:65 at 141. Attention to the pits. Super Pro, Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro to lanes 5 and 6. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you're on standby. Bring up a dragster. This dragster soon to be raced by Colton Morin once he ages into it come June. For now, Al Morin taking it for some shakedown passes. That dragster won from Race Tech, sporting the 615 big block Chevy motor. And gonna board the run shy of 330 feet. So moving into some licensing and test passes as we wait for the next rotation to kick off. Ken Christensen brings up the Chevy pickup, 582 Chevy motor underneath that thing. Racing from Salmon Arm. Gets a little close to the center line, shuts it off at the 8th mile mark. Mark Payers brings up the 500 big block Chevy Chevelle. And again, shutting it off just shy of quarter track mark. Comes through at an 11:14 at 1:23. Rebecca Powell will be up next in the 1967 Nova. We roll back into second round of Pro Bracket qualifying. Dennis Winton brings up the Shaggy Bel Air. He'll race Ross Hornall. For the Brody Electric, Heather Hornall Real Estate, 1978 Fairmont. Only 3/10,000 separate Winton from Hornall on the tree. And Hornall goes 10:67 at 1:21. Dennis Winton goes 11:64 at 1:13. That brings up Steve Baskerville's 2-liter turbo Volkswagen Golf. He'll race Bobby Ehlers with that Mustang that's had what some might call sacrilegious surgery by putting the Chevy motor into it. Bobby Ehlers running down track and clocks in at 10:18 at 1:30. Baskerville goes 13:25 at 110. That brings up Mike Render for his first pass of the day. Did not see him out for first round of qualifying in the Fountain Tire Chilliwack. Fortin's Lordco Auto Parts with special thanks to Bobby Ehlers and Chris Armstrong in his S10. Racing Ross Walker's Chevy 2. Walker goes with the 10:05 to 131. Render goes 10:79 at 1:21. That'll bring up Dylan Scott for the Baja North Chevelle, racing Daryl Tippy. Paris Chevy Motors bringing it up here with the Chevy 2 over in the Lordco side. Joe Scott carrying those front wheels to about 60 feet. And turns it in with a 10-15 with a 6, or 128. 1064, 125 for Daryl Tippy. Mal Patterson, the next one up for the Malfunction Albion Tireland 8 Acadian from 1968. He'll race Ralph Ehlers in the Junkyard Dog Mustang. Patterson turns a little to the left, goes 008 on the tree. And goes 1007 at 131. Ralph Ehlers with a 1072 at 125. Grant Gordon, next one up for the Four Cycles Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart to race Ryan Ledre for the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Second call for Super Pro. Super Pro, this is your second call to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro, second call, lanes 5 and 6. Bring up Jim Banky and Chris Stone, Radtor Systems and Bucky Mini Excavated alongside Titanium Group over here. TCS side for the Barracuda. Stone for Willowbrook Chrysler and Stone Cold Racing. Lordco Lane. Robert Gillick brings out the Challenger to race down Northgraves in the Nova. Clocks in a 10:44, 127 miles an hour. Ron Walsh. Sorry, Robert Gillick goes 10:51 at 134. Ron Walsh is the Camaro Z28. That's just come up to the lanes, and James Dobson is beside him for the Dead Man's Racing, the Ron's Empty Machine Camaro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hot Rod to lanes 1 and 2. Hot Rod coming out to lanes 1 and 2. Old Car Center Hot Rod, lanes 1 and 2. And Door Slammers, you're on standby. Trip, zip, red for Dustin Hunter by 1/10,000th of a second. He'll go at it with a 9:13 at 146. Ronnie Hodgson went 11:86 at 109. Bring up Rob Monroe Sr. for White Knuckle Racing in the Model A to race Rich Dyes at the Transporters Logistics Nova. Running it down the quarter mile and will go 8:95 at 124. Rich Dyes 11:29 at 116. That brings up Al Prock for the 1970 Barracuda to race Andrew Valley with the 1965 Buick Skylar. Don't see many Buicks come out to the track anymore. Stay where you're at. Stay where you're at. We have a crash on the track. Stay where you are, folks. Do not go to the top end of the racetrack. We do have an incident. Stay where you are. We'll get you updates as we get them. Do not go to the top end. Stay where you are. Stay where you are.
So obviously we've had an incident on the track. We are allowing our safety personnel to attend and assess the situation and do whatever they can do. For the time being, we have no accurate information to pass on, so we're just going to leave it at that. As soon as we do have some accurate information to pass on to you, we will do that. But for the time being, we all the best thing we can do is just stay out of the way, allow safety to do their job, and again, I know we all know we're all wondering what's going on, but until we know for sure, we don't want to say anything. So we will await accurate information and pass it on when we get it.
So we just want to give another reminder to the folks that may be watching the race to please not go down to the scene of the accident at the top end. The safety crews need to have the room to properly work to address the situation and clean up the incident. So please step back and do not go down to that end of the racetrack. Give them the space they need to work, and we can get this sorted with a bit quicker. So obviously with such a big incident, there can often be some news that can be awaited. In this case, it is good news. Both drivers are okay. Both drivers have been reported to be okay at the top end. And we are switching to cleanup phase. So both drivers are confirmed to be okay after a very violent incident up at the top end of the quarter mile. So we'll still be down for a bit while we clean up the two cars of David Rastad and Sean Langley. And we should be back to racing shortly. So looking to be about another 10 to 15 minute cleanup job down there before we will get things back up and rolling. For JBS equipment, race number 5. One car remains in pro bracket qualifying, and that is Andy Klosky with that 421 cubic inch Chevy motor. From there, we'll be rolling into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. And I see Old Car Center Hot Rod is patiently waiting down in the staging lanes as well. Attention racers in the staging lanes. Drivers to your cars, drivers to your cars. We're less than 5 minutes away from going. Drivers to your cars. Andy Klosky will fire up the car for his burnout, so the Strip Teaser will be the final car in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket qualifying before we set it up for eliminations in the evening. Klosky taking a very easy drive down track, not looking to push that car all that hard. He got the reaction time. That's all he needs for qualifying. He'll run it out with a 13:55. Ted Boss and Jason Gibson running down track. Shawnigan Trucking and Ford Roadster versus Ford Mustang. First pair, Mac Torch System Super Pro. Gibson goes at a 9.76 at 139. Ted Boss goes 10.22 at 97. Brings up Wes Voth for the Acumen Machine Shop Firebird to race John Jenkins. For the West Coast Building Restorations, Bubba Speed Shop, and Andy Hatton S10. Voth goes 9.49 at 141. John Jenkins goes 10.80 at 125. Brings up Mike Robinson in the JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports 1927 Ford Roadster to race Nick Angelucci with a 355 small block Chevy Malibu. Robinson fires down track. Tags into 912 at 142. Angelucci goes 1069 at 125. Brings up Dan Parsons in this duster to race Mike Stewart. For the Buckies, Mini Excavated, Ken Specialty, Gibson Racing, Super Chiclet, Chevy 2. Bring Kevin Garlock in the Camaro, racing Kevin McNichol for the Rad Torch Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Luke Soil, Gibbs Transmissions, and Jim Baker racing Nova. Garlock goes red, jump the gun way out there. He'll run it down with a 907 at 138. Kevin McNichol goes 1005 at 133. Brings up Blake Foster in the 2017 TNT Dragster to race Jeremy Soares for the Transportation Cameron Dragster. Dragsters fire down track, and Foster goes 736 at 180. Soares goes 747 at 178. Brings up Emily Gerard for the Shear Solutions Just Mechanical Undercover Chassis Dragster, racing Jan Christensen in the Nova. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada by Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Canada by Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Gerard runs down the track, goes 744, 179 miles an hour. Christensen goes 848 at 159. Bring up Rick Modal. Modal will go down to the Camaro with an 801 at 170 miles an hour and pops the laundry. Muscant goes 1018 at 131. Clint Delavecchia brings up his 508 big block Chevy Camaro, racing Martin Rochelle with a 468 cubic inch Malibu motor. Delavecchia runs down track and fires it in with an 886 at 151. Rochelle goes 1089 at 126. And John DeBack takes it up for the Rad Torque Systems S10 for the 1032 at 128 miles an hour. We'll roll to Hot Rod. Steve Wilson brings up the mooch in the 1965 Acadian, racing Sylvia Hookstens' Ford Mustang. Top end, 1018 at 128. Hookstens goes 1258 at 105. So Terry Hookstens runs it down with an 1189 at 111 miles an hour. Rolling low and goes 1281 at 101. Dustin Hunter getting after it with Larry Rodenizer. And quarter mile mark goes 9:15 at 146. Rodenizer goes 9:39 at 140. Attention to the pits. Motorcycles to lane one. Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles to lane number one. Stand by for Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Mountain View Harley Davidson to lane one. Stand by combo. Matt Warner brings up the Linden Service Center Mercury. Jamie Wellwood brings up the 1932 Van Am Altered with that big block Chevy motor. Wellwood had to abort the pass midway down last time. We'll see if it's any better this time. Running down track, and this one looking quite a bit better. 835, 158 miles an hour, and he'll pull the chutes. Warner goes 1153 out of 79. That'll bring up Daryl Tippy in the 62 Chevy 2 to race Rob Monroe Sr. in the White Knuckle Racing Model A. Rob Monroe Sr. will run it down for an 879 at 150 miles an hour. Daryl Tippy goes 1068 at 125 miles an hour. Rob Hodgson and Rob Hodgson and Dennis Winton, the next pair up. 1967 Belvedere versus that 1966 Bel Air, dubbed Shaggy. Hodgson goes 10.60 at 124 miles an hour. Winton goes 11.63 at 113. Brings up Jim Banky and Chris Stone to close out Hot Rod qualifying. When we see them up next, it'll be for eliminations. Stone turns it red by 11th thou. As Banky will run it down track alongside, and Stone gets there first. 10:02, 131 miles an hour. Banky goes 10:03 at 132. And you know what that means. Canada West Door Slammers, the next pair to fire into the water box. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Lordco Auto Parts, Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So going, kind of going through some of the main run orders that we've had, well, not the main run orders, the main qualifying sheets so far for the Door Slammer category. Rod Leclerc holds the #1 qualifying spot by almost 0.3 of a second, 6.788 for the #1 qualifying spot. The lone 200-mile-an-hour pass so far of the afternoon, and the lone 6-second pass of the afternoon in the Door Slammers category. Holds the #1 spot. The next driver down, John DeYoung, with a 7:06 with a 5 at 197. John DeYoung capable of 200-mile-an-hour passes. So that car's got a little more bite underneath it. Mike Bedsworth sits third with a 7:08, only a 100th and a half. About 15th thou off of DeYoung's time. His speed was a 182. Poe Freeborn brings up the 4th spot with a 7:16 at 191. And the 5th place runner, Jason Field, with a 7:25 at 187. Had the second best reaction time of first round qualifying with a 002. But the best reaction time award has got to go to Mike Kenworthy with a quad zip. Currently, Kenworthy sits in 15th. All hail the door slammers. John DeYoung and Greg Field rolling into the water box. Two of the fastest cars on the property getting set to go head to head. Artex Racing and Total Air Solutions, represented by that 598 big block Chevy motor over here at TCS side. Active Care Auto, Jubilee RV, Total Turbo, Lordco Auto Parts, represented in the Lordco lane. His top ET record was a 640. His top mile an hour, 227, was 3 mile an hour off the mark in test and tune on Friday. Tire shake for Greg Field. He's going to drive through it, runs that one out the back door. And for Greg Field, 687, 207 miles an hour. Burst of tire shake, run that one out the back door for the #1 qualifying spot. Give it up for Greg Field. Put those hands together. That has got to be one of the wildest passes you'll see all weekend. Otto Schulte brings it up next with the Still Cruiser Cavalier Racing Jason Field. The Rachel Racing Engines, Greenlight Autos, Induction Solutions, Hutchins Transmissions, and Mensker Motorsports with the Chevelle. 598 Sunset motor to a 632 big block Chevy. Jason Field goes 718, 189 miles an hour. Otto Schulte goes 748 at 182. Keep those passes rolling. We'll bring up Scott Robinson and Dave Warren. Postma Farms, Rad Torque Systems, AccuCut Lasers, and JS Power Sports represented on the Beretta over here at TCS side. Dave Warren brings up the Blue Max Bel Air, facing off against the 94 Beretta. Warren goes 787, 172 miles an hour. Scott Robinson, 815 at 131. Next pairing up, Mike Bedsworth, racing that 1996 Oldsmobile. racing Johnny West. For the Kingsley Truck and the Lordco Auto Parts, Chevy Bel Air. And problems for Bedsworth. He's going to go down track. I don't think Bedsworth could find reverse. And he's going to be down and out. That was your quad zip runner from earlier on. Oh, sorry. That was not your quad zip runner. Johnny West runs in with a 736 at 184 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need combo and shifters to the lanes. BC Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. Super Shifters to 1 and 2. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4. License and test, you're on standby. Bring up Howie Winklehorst. 1955 Bel Air, racing Mark Thompson. And the Marvel Racing Vernon Recreational Products, Studebaker. Thompson will run it out with a 750 with an 8. 182 miles an hour. A Winklehorst goes 831 at 161. Rod LeClaire entered this round as the #1 qualifier, quickly gave that one up for Greg Thiel, who somehow put down the #1 qualifying round through a world of tire shake. So LeClaire happy to see if he can get anything more out of that 67 Camaro for Paradise Homes. He's been with the association for the past decade. He's facing off against another longtime runner, Henry Zacharias. Zacharias enters this round 26th on the qualifying sheets with a 981, needing to improve if he wants to make it in. Currently sitting 0.4 of a second off of the 870 necessary for an in to eliminations. Zacharias does not leave LeClaire on a single. As Zacharias bumps through the beams, LeClaire pops the laundry. 683, 200 miles an hour. A good pass, but not enough for #1. And despite bumping through the beams, they are going to allow for Zacharias to take a second stab at it. So Zacharias is a bit of a mulligan there, and he has got to put together a good pass if he wants to make the field. Only has to improve by 0.4. It's not much, but it could be the difference. Running down track, straight and true. No lifting this time. And he makes the field. 790 with a 7 at 176 miles an hour. Makes it by about 0.8. Bring up Terry and Langdon Davies in the Old Willies. Langdon Davies Concrete represented over here at TCSI, racing Brad Powell in the 67 Chevelle. TLD will bump in an 8:19 at 161 miles an hour. Brad Powell with an 8:41 at 159. Both drivers safe into the field. Brings up Darren Buick, for the Evans Excavating Nova, racing Ray Rusiani in the Dexy Paz Chevy 2. Ray Rusiani runs through with an 8:22 at 164. Darren Buick goes 8:56 at 156. Ryan Ritchie, VP to Canada's next pairing down. Ritchie racing engines, the Greenlight Auto Sales over here, TCS side. Transport Logistics, Lordco side, and Ritchie's Chevelle goes at a 71, 172 miles an hour. Mechanics goes 8:51 at the 156. Brings up Mike Kenworthy and the Firebird for the Illusion Motorsports and Speed Mart to race Andy Hatton in the Grinch for Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto, Velocity Chemicals, and Napa Auto Parts. Kenworthy turns on the red lights after getting a quad zip, went 003 red. Runs it out with an 8:11 at 167. Hatton goes 8:21 at 162. Next pairing up, Paul Stretch for the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier. Racing Derek Shirk for the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performances Bel Air. Talked about Derek Shirk earlier, putting a brand new nose on that car for 2024. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. License and test to lane 6. License and test to lane 6. Shirk staged, stretch staged. Both drivers away on the green. Paul Stretch goes 739 at 189. Shirk goes 768 at 174. Grant Howell will bring it up next in that 37 Chevy Willys versus Aiden Katnick. In the Chevy, not the Chevy, the Ford Mustang. Whoa, boy, Aiden Katnick up in tire smoke as getting out of shape right off the hitch. Howell runs it out the back door, 766 at 175. Katnick can only muster a 10-second time, but for Aiden Katnick, he is already safe and into the show with an 8.3 on the first time out. Bring up Poe Freeborn for the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating Limited Shelby. Racing Jay Siverston for the JS Power Sports Nova. Only a handful of door slammers left. Freeborn struggling to get off the line, right to the center line. Gets it back in the groove and runs that one down track. Siverston, 739 at 187. Poe Freeborn, despite the rocky start, clocks in a 756 at 190. Again, an impressive pass, but nowhere near the 708 that he put down on his number one qualifying pass. So Poe Freeborn will remain in 5th place on the qualifying sheets. Anthony Katnick, a driver that still has to get in. His first pass was a 12:36, went up in tire shake. Ray Bollinger brings up the 1969 Camaro. Bollinger runs down track, and he will put in an 808, 167, and Katnick doesn't make the field. 940 at 147. So Anthony Katnick will have to watch from the sidelines. That brings up Kathy Freeborn. Final pass. 8:48 at 160, meaning Anthony Katnick will be the lone driver who will not make the field. Bill McDonald and Tom Turan run down track. And the 86 Kawasaki puts down a 916 at 140. Tom Turan goes 895 at 155. Daryl Storzak and Alamont, the next pairing down. Storzak will go through with an 861 at 150. Alamont will go 1312 at 101. So we got the Pro Mod bike back up for another hit. Now this bike did not put down a full pull the first time it made that testing hit. Seeing if it'll put down a full pull this time around. And again, powering through some tire smoke, and this time puts together a better pass. 751, 186 miles an hour. Well, John, you've decided to come on up here and rejoin us. So I got dinner waiting. I'm going to pass things over to you.
Hey, listen up out there in the pits, Junior Dragsters. Along with Junior Street, this is your standby call. Juniors, this is your standby call. So, first pair, final round of qualifying. Lordco Super Combo. Here we go. Steve Veach and Jerry Epp. Little Mopar versus Ford. Well, both guys were very much so less than impressive on the starting line. And nobody overly close to the 1090 index at the finish line. Veach on the slow side with an 1107. Epp on the quick side with a 1070. And that will bring up Herman Chan and Dan Parsons. Herman with a nice 8 light. Parsons also 00, but he's red, 003. Herman Chan. Nice 8 thou light, then 1091 with a 018 thou total. Nice work there. 1089 for Dan Parsons. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember the name of the left lane and just drawing up. Mark Downing. That's who it is. So it was Downing and Christensen. Christensen goes 1089 with a 3. With a 005 red light. Almost there. Mark Downing 7 red, then 1093. Now Warren Jacobson along with Brandon Hutchinson. Hutchinson in the Roadster Corvette, right-hand side. Jacobson over here, tower side, does not move. Not sure what's going on. He looks like he's trying to refire the car. And he's got fire once again. So his light will not be impressive, but he can still make a run, but... chose to back out. I would think that should negate his run, but... So Warren Jacobson with a little bit of a miscue on the starting line. Next up, going to be Josh Meloff and Dave Stobie. Stobie Sr. over there in the right lane. Little 56 Corvette that has been around for quite some time. And I'm assuming this must be at least a relatively new ride for the Meloff family. 57 Corvette Roadster. Tower side. Both drivers get away green. Meloff with a 6 light. Dave Stobie goes 012 on the starting line. So Meloff doing the super gas thing. 991 on the 990 index. Dave Stobie trying to hit the Super Street Index of 1090, wound up going 1087. I believe this will be the final car of this final round of qualifying for the Lordco Super Combo Series. Martin Rochelle, winner in this class from a couple of weeks ago. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street Junior Street, this is your call to the lanes. We need Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, we're calling Junior Street to the lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Junior Street, bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. Now, how about that Martin Rochelle character? 004 on the tree at the finish line, comes up 89 with a 5. And with that, we roll into the BC Super Shifters, brought to us by McLeod Clutches. First pair looks like this: Dale Posnick and Will Zorick. Hey, listen up in the pits, Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters, this is your call to the staging lanes. Junior Dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. So Posnick 14 red, followed by a 10-10 ET Will Zurich. 35 green, then 1101. Now a couple of Chevys. Rich Graves and John DePort going to face off. Trip zip for Rich Graves in the El Camino. Check it out. DePort was pretty decent with a 061 light. DePort at the finish line first, 10:09 to the 11:55 of Rich Graves. Hey, anybody missing a gray hoodie? Gray hoodie, we got it up here in the tower. So that was Alf Weeb and Will Friesian. Friesian to the finish line first with a 10-10, followed by Alf Weeb's 10-57. Now Jamie Roth and Al Lohe. Roth, the hitter in this class, was less than stellar on the starting line with a 119. So, hey, keep that in mind if you get him first round. The finish line, he's 999 with a 1. And Al Lohe goes 952. Now Scott Winterbottom and Lynn Bruck. Bruck out of Port Angeles, Washington. I believe it's been some time since Lynn's had the car out here. Car looked pretty good leaving. How about 857 at the top end with Winterbottom getting there second with a 946. Here comes the elder Winterbottom. So Junior Street, you guys should be in lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters, you should be in lanes 1 and 2, or at least well on your way there. So there goes Keith on a solo down the right-hand side of the racetrack. 9.59 seconds. 143 miles an hour. And we've got a few license and test cars before we roll in to some eliminations. Imagine that. We're actually going to get to that point in this day. Starting to believe it would never happen.
I have 2 questions for you about Super Combo Race. You seem to know a lot about electronics.
Okay. So Al Morin making some hits in the new Morin family dragster. How about 901, 105? Half track pass, 8 mile. It's doing 525 at 132 miles per hour. Now Rebecca Powell. Cool. John Carpenter's old car. So again, this will be a single up the left side of the racetrack. Seems to be a bit of a trend. Left a little early. Only assume Rebecca's just kind of getting her feet wet. Now Ken Christensen. Ken lives up in Salmon Arm, also known as God's Country. So the Chaotic Customs pickup. There's a lot of history in that little pickup truck down there in the starting line. If you go back far enough, this was a Pro Mod before most people even knew what Pro Mods were. 826, 162 miles an hour in bracket trim. Well, Mark Pyers, a little late on the shift there by the sounds of things. So it looks like we are going to, I was going to say finish off with a junior street licensing pass, but I do believe I still see a dragster in the lane, so. So this is Addison in the wagon.
So Rod LeClaire against Brian Ritchie.
2005 Magnum wagon. I'm going to say wagons have always been kind of cool, but in the last 10, 15 years or so, they have become ultra cool. What was once considered the ultimate family mobile now makes a very cool hot rod. So Addison goes 11-14, 62 miles an hour in the 8th mile. Well, never mind what I said about the dragster. I believe this is our first pair of competition. And it's only 6:15 p.m.
Say this is our first swing at the Sunset Showdown preseason series.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, let's give a standby call to Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Pro Bracket, you are on standby. Sophia and Dallas. Dallas in the right lane, behind the wheel of the Honda Civic. Sophia in a ragtop Mustang, tower side. Dialed in at $995. So there goes Dallas. Unfortunately, this one's over very quickly. Dallas turned it a little bit red. Sophia kept it green. So Sophia moving on to round number 2. Winds up 996 with a 0 on the 995 dial. Not bad. Now Riker and Jenna. Riker, tower side, the square body Chev. Jenna's your winner. She got a nice 21 light, doing a nice job on the starting line. At the finish line, comes up well under the 1067 dial, but that's okay. Jenna is moving on to round number 2. Now it's Tyler versus James. So James is driving a 2013 Nissan. James over in the right lane, dialed 1025. Now Tyler driving for Zapstrap Racing, dialed in at 1053. Assuming he was waiting for his dial to come up. They simultaneously light their stage bulbs. Oh, Tyler turns it red by 8 thousandths of a second. James was green with a 218 light. That totally works. 997 up at the top end on the 1025 dial. That's nothing to brag about. Two more for you now. Josephine and Taryn. Taryn in the right lane. 1966 Beaumont. Josephine in the left lane. The TCS lane. An 07 Chevy pickup. SS even. Oh, again. A 00 red light in Junior Street. Oh. That's got to hurt. Taryn thinks it's great. She's moving on to round number 2. An automatic player. Winds up 10:04 on the 1010 dial, but hey, it's all good. And that, I do believe, is going to do it for Junior Street. So I also do believe that the next thing coming up should be Junior Thunder. And I'm going to turn over the announcing duties back to Nolan, and I'll be up here shortly.
Alrighty. Well, thank you, John. I have received sustenance courtesy of the Half Track Snack Shack. Chicken strips and fries. You can never go too wrong with that. We'll roll to Pete Industries Junior Thunder for our first pair of competition. Jack brings it up first for the Global Containers. Junior Drags are dialed at 1390. Dallas for TKO Hot Rods. Rieger Workplace Safety Solutions dialed at 1396. Red light start for Dallas on the first pair by just 12th out. Jack is through to round number 2. That'll bring it up now for Grayson, down at 990. Racing Emily for the White Lightning Racing, Titanium Auto Group, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, down at 932. Grayson with the handicap start by about 6/10. We'll change that to an 890 dial, so that will give the handicap back the way of Emily by about 4/10. Running down track, Emily will look to put one away. Got there first, went under the dial by 400ths. Grayson is into the next round. That brings up Hunter T for JBS Equipment down to 893. Bringing up alongside him will be Nate out of 890 for Global Containers. Pair of green lights on this one. Hunter T getting the whole shot over Nate and stays in front. So Hunter T knocks Nate out in round 1 of eliminations. Bring up Page down to 1223. Racing Cadence for the Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed Customs, Color Compass, Milron, Truck Body, Titanium Auto Group, David Trudy, and Elite Belts. The 2008 Creative Dragster. 1223 to an 890. Cadence is going to be left waiting. Page with a mishap on the tree is going to be knocked out in the first round. Cadence is into the next one. Page rolled right through the beams and is going to be knocked out early on. That's a tough break. Bring up Alex and Owen. Global Containers on the left side, down to 1195, leaves second by over 2 seconds. To the Home Masters Team Badass Garage Dragster Lordco side, down at 14-14. Owen left first with Alex now chasing him down to the 8th. Makes the pass. That race won at the starting line. Alex with a 1/10 reaction time. Owen was over 4. Next pair up, it'll be Wesley for Fountain Tire and Lordco Auto Parts over here. TCS side, down to 12:25, leaves first. Just shy of a bulb's length over Ashton. Fatigue Performance and Lordco Auto Parts down to 11:90. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, first round of eliminations. Come on up, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, come on up, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for first round of eliminations. And going up to the 8th. Breakout for Wesley. Got there first, but goes under by 700ths. Ashton will take it to round 2. That brings up Adam for Team Performance of Lordco Auto Parts versus Hunter G for BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, Milron Truck Body, SN Racing Paint by Rodrigue, and Lordco Racing. Both cars dialed at 890. Heads up drag race. And Hunter G will turn on the red light. Adam will move on to the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. To the motorcycles, Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles, you have been moved up in the rotation. You will be running after Super Pro. Motorcycles, you will now be running after Super Pro. And as well as that, for the Canada West Door Slammers, your ladder will be posted shortly outside of Marcy's trailer. Once again, outside of Marcy's trailer, you will be able to find the Canada West Door Slammer ladder shortly. And a big red light start for Adeline as she rolls through the beams and the car loses fire. Nash with the free pass into the next round. And that brings up Bentley with the bye. Bubba Speed Shop, Peden Industries, Titanium Auto Group, Napa Auto, Badass Garage, and Heat Wave. Bentley with the bye. Takes it down to the 8th mile mark. And goes 898 at 71. Joshua will bring up the Midnight Paint and Body, Lordco Auto Glass, Crystal Glass, and Indigenous Travel Machine. Racing Abbey for Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Lordco. 825 to the 807. And double breakout. Abbey will be the one that moves on. Only 700ths under the dial. Next pairing up. And the first pair in Junior Lightning. In fact, this is the second pair in Junior Lightning. Lincoln brings it up alongside Lexi. Titanium Auto Group and JBS equipment dial to 795. Racing. Hobo Racing and Bow Tie Ventures on the Lordco side. Red light start for your 2022 champion. Lexi is through to round number 2. That brings up Connor for TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Tireland, and Lordco Auto Parts. Connor with the bye run with that 002 reaction time. And on the bye run, he'll make that a pass of an 808 at 81 miles an hour. Only 10th out to the dial. Total 22th hour package from start to finish. Not a bad run. Next pairing of Junior Lightning rolling around the so Isabella will face off against Nick. De Silva Auto World, Tango and Quality Manufacturing Home representative over here. TCS has out at 820 with JBS equipment over on the Lordco side. That's 796. Isabella pre-staged. Waiting for Nick to bump in. Make it now fully staged. 2 green lights. 2 pretty good ones as well. 019 to an 013, and at the 8th, double breakout. It'll go the way of Nick. Only 17th out under the mark. Isabella was a 10th and a half down. And then this brings up the final pair of Pete Industries Junior Lightning with McKenna for JBS equipment out of 803 facing off against Jackson for JBS and Grandpa. Two green lights once again. And at the 8th mile mark, no breakouts here. McKenna was trip zip 6 off the dial, but it is not enough to beat a better light. Jackson won that one on a hole shot. 8:59 will take it to victory lane for, well, not quite victory lane, but at least around 2. Dave Shirk turns on the red light. And Lorenz Schwartz with the free pass into round number 2 for Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Attention door slammers, attention door slammers. There is a slight tweak that's going to be made to your door slammer ladder. Door slammers, there is going to be a tweak that's going to be made. Marcy will have that door slammer, that updated door slammer ladder posted shortly, but there is going to be a slight tweak to your door slammer ladder. Mike Render brings up the Fountain Tire Chilliwack Fortunes Lordco Auto Parts with special thanks to Bobby Ellis and Chris Armstrong, dial to 1085. Racing Daryl Tippy in the 1962 Chevy 2. And breakout for Daryl Tippy. Mike Render is into the second round. Chalk one up for the S10. Dennis Winton brings up the Shaggy Bel Air, dialed to the 1163 to race Mal Patterson for the Albion Thailand Malfunction Acadian, dialed at 1007. And at that quarter-mile mark, Mal Patterson makes the pass for the win. Dennis Winton knocked out in the first round of eliminations. That takes us to Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy 2, down to 1004 to race Bobby Ehlers in the 89 Mustang, down to 1018. Two green lights. Both of them pretty decent, but one of them has got a big gap on the other, but it won't matter. Ross Walker's 002 line will go to waste as he breaks out, he breaks too much at the top end, and Bobby Ehlers makes the pass by just 10th thou for the win. Andrew Valley brings up the 1965 Buick Skylar down to 1351, racing Chris Stone for the Stone Cold Racing Willowbrook Chrysler Dodge Dart down to 1004. Stone makes the pass by 19 thousandths, knocking out Valley for the second round. John Tabak brings up the Rad Torque Systems S10 down to 1039 to race Grant Gordon for the four Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart down to the 1193. John Tabak will move on into the second round, picks off Grant Gordon for the win. And that brings up Rich Dives with the Transporters Logistics Chevy Nova, dialed to the 1129. To race Dillard Scott, dialed to 1015 in the Baja North Chevelle. Rich Dies goes under the mark by 14 thousandths. Dylan Scott is taking it in to round number 2. That brings up James Dobson for the Ron's Engine Machine Dead Man's Racing Camaro, dialed at 1043. Racing Scott Wilson in the Charlie Brown Malibu, dialed at 1027. And it'll be James Dobson to take it into the next round as Scott Wilson goes too quick. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Motorcycles to lane 1. Motorcycles to lane 1. Sean Langley out in front after a very wild incident. Knocked that Mustang out of competition. He is now racing the Ford Escape just to get some points. Dustin Hunter will get around him. A 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Sportsman to lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sportsman lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sportsman lanes 2 through 5, and motorcycles to lane 1. Rick McKinney up next, racing Craig Johnson, 10:56 to a 10:55. Virtually a heads up. Both races away on the green. Only a 5,000 separation on the tree. And that turns into a win for Craig Johnson. Rick McKinney knocked out early. That brings up Dale Northgraves and Ryan Ladre. Chevy Nova versus Chevy Chevelle. 10:41 to an 11:50. Del Northgraves got there first, went too quick. Knocks out Ryan Ladre. That takes up Ralph Ehlers and Rob Monroe Sr. 10:76 Junkyard Dog Mustang versus the 905 White Knuckle Racing Ford Model A. 1 away, 2 away. Monroe in hot pursuit of Ehlers. Straight down the quarter mile. Double breakout. Ehlers, the lesser offender. Steve Baskerville taking off with Robert Gillick in tow. Into the quarter. Gillick breaks out. Baskerville's into the second round. Banky. And Jim Banky turns it red. Nick Douglas is into the second round. Attention door slammers, attention door slammers. Your fully revised and I believe finalized elimination sheet has just been posted to the Door Slammers Facebook page. So for the Door Slammers, your revised ladder is now available on the Facebook page. It will also be posted at Marcy's trailer within a few moments. So once again, for the Door Slammers, your revised ladder is on Facebook, and it is also going to be posted outside of Marcy's trailer in a moment. Proc caught napping on the tree. A 0.4 of a second reaction time will easily give the win to Andy Klosky over in the left lane. And that looks like it'll wrap up Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We get set to roll into, I believe, will be Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Attention all competitors, attention all competitors. Once again, as we have done for the first few races, there will be winner interviews for this afternoon, and that will be taking place at the winner's circle after the last final of the day has run. So that is once again all competitors. We will be available for winner interviews in the winner's circle following the conclusion of our racing program this afternoon. We roll to motorcycles. Tom Turand brings up the Daytona Motorsports GSXR dubbed the Kraken. Alamond racing the Thrifty Machine Shop machine over there on the right lane. Whoa, boy, Alamond hopping the front wheel as he takes off. Tom Duran goes red trying to chase him. And Alamond is through to the final round. Bill McDonald brings up the Wild Racing Kawasaki down at 9:16 to face off against Daryl Storzuk. In the League Pro Suzuki, one of these racers faces off against Alamond in the final. right side of the groove, gets back into it, trying to outlast Storzuk. Storzuk goes too quick by just 4 thou. Bill McDonald is into the final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro on standby. Super Pro, you are on standby. Super Pro on standby. So shutting things down at the starting line as we just hop on out to check the track. We'll be rolled into first round of eliminations for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Joel Smith for the Zap Strap Racing Chevelle, dialed 1180, will race Jessica Armstrong for the Armstrong and Monroe Marketing Dart, dialed 1345. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro to the lanes, Super Pro to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Super Pro to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Dave Copeland brings up the Trailblazer to race Gary Fawcett as we roll through Sportsman. Dave Copeland will stay out in front of Gary Fawcett, and he will best Fawcett in round 1. Bring up Mark Ferguson and Dave Jung. 1260 to a 1222, Firebird versus Malibu. And Dave Jung will hang on by just 5 thousandths of a second to go to the second round. Sylvia Hoogsten's up next in the Ford Mustang, down at 1257. Race team Brandon Piskasek in his 1990 Mustang, down at 1312. Red light start for Piskasek. Sylvia Hoogstens is through to the second round of competition. Bring up Eric Hansen in that Dodge Star dialed at 1233 to race Kevin McCulley in the old school Cutlass, dialed at 1170. Advancing goes red by 7th thou. Advancing Macaulay through to the second round. Safety crews quickly hop in the wall on the top end of the racetrack, just looking to make sure everything on the track is in fine working order. On the line, Rob Getz, down to 1297, will race Grant Gordon in the 4-cycle Customs Dodge Dart, down to 1197. Two drivers away on green lights. Grant Gordon trying to run down Getz and won't get there. Rob Getz will stay alive for the first round of competition. Cassidy Langley, the next one up alongside Ann Copeland. Copeland leaving first, and Cassidy Langley following. And immediately has product set in. Cassidy Langley going to pull over and stop on the left-hand side. And Copeland will get the freebie to the second round. And that is Cassidy Langley done and dusted in the first round. Well, you heard of the car start, and then it stopped. Looked like she was struggling to get into gear, and eventually it fell foul. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Standby motorcycles. Motorcycles, this is your standby call. Looking like Langley's gotten the car fired up again, and it's going to be a slow roll out to the quarter-mile mark. Two pairs of red lights on that one. Roland Lowen, though, red lit worse. 43 thou for Roland Lowen. Ladre only 4 thou. That brings up Sean Langley. Racing Steve Baskerville again. Langley with that scary wreck earlier on in the day. Now racing, I believe, the wife's car just to get some points before he calls it a night. Although down to the 1634, he might be actually trying to go to the second round here, so we'll see. I've seen Stranger at this place. See Baskerville in hot pursuit. Tell you what, this actually might be close up at the quarter mile. Baskerville still chasing him. And how about that? Sean Langley, 3/10 off the dial, but Sean Langley gets into the second round. Jim Mantle brings out the TMN Performance Products. Pacer dialed at 1450, racing Nick Douglas in the 2023 Super Bee, dialed at 1225. And Jim Mantle goes red. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod, this is your standby call. Hot Rod, this is your standby call. Bill Wells with the bye. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod to the lanes to be laddered. Old Car Center Hot Rod, come on down to the lanes to be laddered. He'll be in 2 and 3. Old Car Center Hot Rod to the lanes to be laddered. And we're going to put door slammers on standby. Canada West door slammers, this is your standby call. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Motorcycles to lane 1. Motorcycles, bring them on up to lane 1. Motorcycles to lane 1. First pairing up at Radtor Systems Super Pro. And Ted Boss jumping the gun way early on that one. John Tabak is going to be moving on. Bring up Jan Christensen. Racing against Lorenz Schwartz. 850 for the Nova, down to 1009 for the Monte Carlo. Gibson now with a really delayed launch. So one launching way early, one launching way late. A strange starting then to Super Pro Eliminations as Schwartz moves on to the next round. Rochelle running down track and gets out there in front. Makes the pass on Mark Muscant. So Muscant going home. Running on down to Kevin Garlock in that 1971 Camaro dialed at 893 to race Wes Voth in the Acumen Machine Shop Firebird dialed at 950. The left lane leaving super late. 7/10 of a second reaction time. That's 3 for 4 now. Wes Voth will move on to the next round. Bring up Kevin McNichol to race against Mike Stewart. Red light start for Mike Stewart, and Kevin McNichol is into the next round. Jason Gibson and Dan Parsons, the next pairing up. 975 to a 1090. Throttle stop will be in play for Parsons. There we go. That's a little bit better. Gibson in hot pursuit of Parsons with a 008 light. Can't make the pass. Dan Parsons moves on into the second round. Only 200ths off the dial. Nick Angelucci, the next one up, dialed to 1065 in the Malibu, racing Mike Robinson. In the JBS Quibbin JS Power Sports 4, dialed at 908. Angelucci trying to stay in front, can't do it. Robinson makes the pass by 7th thou. Pair of dragsters will be the next ones up. Blake Foster, TCSI, dialed at 736. Racing Jeremy Soares, dialed at 747. dragsters all over the group as they run it down track and to the quarter mile mark. Jeremy soars close to the wall, but gets it back in and he takes the win by 6 thousandths. Clint Delavecchia, the next one up in the Camaro to race John Jenkins in his S10. Two green lights. Delavecchia tracking right, adjusts left. Delavecchia gets there, second. But Jenkins breaks out, putting Delavecchia into the second round. Emily Gerard brings up the Shear Solutions Just Mechanical Undercover Dragster down to 747 to race Craig Johnson with the BC Scale and Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon down to 1053. Both cars bumping forward. Gerard taking off, ripping after Craig Johnson. Quarter mile, Gerard makes the pass. Craig Johnson out in round one. That rolls us into your motorcycle final. Bill McDonald for the Wild Racing Kawasaki dials in at 925. Al Lamon takes the Thrifty's Machine Shop Kawasaki dialed in at 1302. And Oman goes red. Bill McDonald will take the motorcycle final. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Door slammers B to the lanes. Door slammers B to the lanes. Canada West door slammers Group B to the lanes. Groups A and C, you remain on standby. Bring up Old Car Center Hot Rod. First pairing up was supposed to be Daryl Tippy and Mike Hollingstead, but looking like the 67 Fairlane going to be a no-show. So Daryl Tippy will move on with a free pass on the comp single into the second round. And yet another comp single. This time Bill Halicki was due to race rolling low, and so second comp single in a row, and the Meteor is through to the next round. Red light start for Rob Monroe Sr. and Chris Stone knocked out. Sorry, Chris Stone moving on into the second round. Rob Monroe Sr. the one that got knocked out with the 800th red light. Dennis Winton, the next one up with the Shaggy Bel Air, racing Steve Wilson for the Mooch. Rob Monroe knocks out Rob Hodgson out of the gate. That'll bring up Matt Warner to race Larry Rodenizer as we continue to march on through Hot Rod. Rodenizer running down track. And at the quarter-mile mark, Rodenizer will move to the second round. Getting around Matt Warner makes that pass at the quarter-mile mark. That moves on to Terry Hookstons and Jim Benke. Your number one qualifier over there, Lordco side.
So Matt Warner's little win streak, at least for now, comes to an end. So Terry Hookstons in his very cool new Chevy 2. He is out in front. Benke trying to run him down. Can he get there? I'm going to take a wild guess and say no. Well, yeah, he does. Benke gets to the stripe first by 49 thou to go 10:13 on the 10:05. Benke was 88 up front. Terry Hookstons was looking so good with a 002 light. Then winds up 12:14 on the 11:93 dial. He was doing 111, so man, I don't know what happened to him, but it's not like he dumped and gave it back.
Change to the pits, change to the pits. Door slammers, Group A to the lanes. Door slammers, Group A to the lanes. Group C, you remain on standby. Group A to the lanes. Group C, get ready to go. You're up momentarily.
So there goes Sylvia Hookstons. Dustin Hunter gonna be doing some chasing here. Sylvia out front in her little Mustang. Here comes the Falcon. And he's coming Falcon fast. Dustin Hunter gets it done. He was 68 up front. Sylvia was 75. So Dustin with a 7th advantage at the finish line. He goes 9:18 on the 9:15. Sylvia manages only a 12:72 on the 12:60. So rough first round for the Hookstons family. That's going to set up Jamie Wellwood and Jerry Brabander. Wellwood, I've got to assume one of the quicker cars in the hot rod class here this weekend, if not the quickest. Dialed at 8:38. Brabander, tower side, dialed in at 10:60 behind the wheel, the 62 Chevy 2. Won the Hot Rod Reunion a couple of years back. 4 bulbs lit. Here comes the altered. Does it get there? No. Brabander, 1062 on the 1060 dial. He was much better up front, although he was less than stellar with a 79 light. Jamie Wellwood. Well, his reaction time started with a 2, so he was in rough shape from the get-go. And that's going to do it for round number 1 of Super Combo. Or, sorry, Hot Rod. Super Combo, what was I talking about? That will be upcoming.
Did not get them. I thought I got number 1. I was wrong. Number 2, only just. That's true. Oh well, it happens.
So, coming up will be round number 1 for the Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers brought to us this weekend by TCS, Torque Converter Specialties.